diagnose or pick up early lesions. So at least this is one thing that you can start immediately. Get 50 to 100 ml water, use a tablet of Simeticon and N-acetylcysteine, ask the patient to drink and see the result for yourself. I don't have to speak for that. Okay? And then from the next year only, I started picking up this wide opaque substance, atrophic gastritis, intestinal metaplasia, and early gastric cancer. And from 2023, since I built this center, because I already, made a good recovery room of 15 beds, and then I had anesthesia, so I started doing a good amount of, a screening protocol for CS stomach, and then, I could get at least 1 or 2 a month of early gastric cancer, and from where I started my journey of doing ESDS as well. Take-home message will be like, one procedure, 2 missions. So symptom evaluation we are already good at. For early cancer detection, standardization is key. So we should not be doing endoscopy just to, just for symptom evaluation like gastritis or any stricture or ulcer. We should also be doing endoscopy to pick up perimeningeal lesions or early cancers, for which we need standardization. Okay, we need this preparation and use of antispasmodic and sedation, very, very important. We should be doing for a minimum 7 minutes. Use triple S protocol to the stomach, okay? At all the stations, record it, and then for reporting, use ESG format, and the terminology to be used is WEO guidelines. So we are all here. I'm also still learning. I'm not saying that I'm an expert. I've learned a little bit ahead of you, but I always try learning from the experts. Dr. Vedu is one of my teachers who has taught me regarding all this standardization process. So if we follow these rituals, I'm sure and I hope that we all will be heading towards a better Northeastern India in terms of GI. Thank you very much. Any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
So this cap black hole,
yes,
it will be only fitting with X1 system or 190 or 170?
No, any scope. Any scope. Actually, I started with 170.
So it can be
Yeah.
170 with
Yes. It can be fitted to 150, 170. It's a soft cap. It's a very soft one, flexible.
from the Olympus only.
It's from the Olympus. So the good thing about the black cap is you forget about magnifying NPI. So in certain areas, because the light doesn't get dispersed, okay, it is focused to only one spot. So it makes the image much more beautiful. And it makes the image more clear if you just use the black hood.
But it should be the black color. It cannot be the transparent cap or
So the transparent cap is used for ESD.
that
and-
cannot be used for this purpose.
No, that's what I said. Like since it is black, it doesn't allow dispersion. It allows focus on only one spot. Okay, so that is the good thing about the black hood.
For the examination protocol using the triple S versus the WU SAC, which around 28 photographs.
So triple S protocol, the minimum image they are supposed to take is 22 images, but I usually prefer 35. So that will depend on your practice. Number one. So if you put 22 images, it will be very difficult for you, and the patient won't benefit much. If you can give 22 images for the stomach only, it's okay. It's up to you. Okay, but there should be a minimum standard reporting, which is given by the ESG with 12 pictures. So that's okay. But performing endoscopy in the stomach, it should be always triple S protocol so that you don't miss out anything. But at the last, when you get the report, at least you should follow minimum standard guideline of 12 pictures from the ESG. So the WEO, it is the terminology that you are supposed to use. Like esophagitis, they adopt LA. So LA grade A, B, C, D. So that is what you are supposed to use. If Mukesh says there is esophagitis, mild esophagitis, moderate esophagitis, severe esophagitis, and if you say esophagitis, LAB, then what is the correlation? So everybody is supposed to speak the same language so that it is reproducible wherever the patient goes in any part of India.
But I think in WU
Yes, yes, yes.
And in our practice, the pharyngeal cancers are also very frequent. So
Yes.
if we focus on the posterior pharyngeal and the piriform
So that you are supposed to write in a separate format. Even the NBA findings, there are no guideline on this. For NBA findings, you should say like on image enhanced endoscopy, LBC, light blue press sign positive. So this is an additional point.
even on the white light endoscopy, they
Yes.
say that you should include those patients also.
Yes. So it will be there in the workshop. So Dr. Norio Vedo, when he demonstrates, he will be starting from here. He will be starting, in fact, from the pharynx. He will start from the pharynx. Okay, use NBI in all these stations. Okay, and see how beautifully they do endoscopies in Japan. And we used to think like in our resident days, doing endoscopy in 2 minutes is more enough. Now you will find that endoscopy stomach is so huge. Okay, you will find that suddenly the stomach is so huge, like it's a very huge organ. It is easier to do colonoscopy, even though it is 1 meter in length, than doing endoscopies in the upper GI. And they will start pouring water, and then they will start finding the direction whether it's anterior wall, posterior wall. They will be looking in context of esophageal cancers. Okay, so these are very, very minute things that they adopt, and they will be doing NBI in all the stations, especially in the upper part of the the pharynx and the esophagus.
For the manipulative process, the preparation that you use,
Yes.
how much cost it comes per patient?
Maybe-
Because the
yes,
other option
yes.
is having the endo view.
Yeah, endoview is costlier. So I think will come to around 40 to 50 rupees. Endoview is costlier.
Around 90 or 100.
Yes, 100 rupees. So I don't use endoview. I use the simple preparation, which is cheaper. And making that thing, in front of the patient also, like the patient feels like it is freshly prepared in front of them. But mind you, if you do the scopy after 30 minutes, again saliva and mucus again will come out, start forming in the stomach. So you give the patient and then scope within 50 minutes. Okay, this is very, very important.
So do you use sedation for all of your patients?
I use sedation in 100% until unless patient says I don't want it, I can endure the pain. So you will see like when we go down, Dr. Sidevi has seen, when we go down, I have 15 beds, fully under monitor. I have 3 anesthesiologists, 2 will be there stationed. Okay, they will monitor everything up to discharge. Okay, I have a full staff, about more than 30 nurses who are taking care of these patients. Okay, but in Nordics, I should say like 1 in every 2 patients will have atopic gastritis in my center, and intestinal metaplasia, very, very common. You also will be having. The only thing is you are not looking deeply into it. Everybody will be having. Even in Arunachal has got high incidence. Even in Guwahati, you have.
Yes, sir. Metaplasia is like almost 80% has a metaplasia. And I took everybody biopsy, so it's a metaplasia, and among them, like 15 they have early mistake.
See,
Oh, yeah.
see the data.
So,
See, the difference between mainland India and us is we are genetically different. Our diet is different. Okay, prevalence of H. pylori is very, very high. So I did a study on upper GI patients with H. pylori. The prevalence was 95%, very, very high. So since H. pylori prevalence is very high, we expect gastric cancers to be higher.
As of now, how many centers are practicing this standardized scopy division percentage-wise in patient?
Very, very low. Very, very low. So that's why we need to increase. We need to increase this number. Even in other centers, I don't think it is widely practiced in Northeast. My center is like, we are solely dedicated to this thing, so we practice it. It is difficult in one sense because if you give anesthesia, the patient will be there for at least 1 hour. So the main reason why other, like academic centers also, they are not doing this is because in AIMS, we scope about 150 patients. We don't have space for keeping 150 patients under anesthesia and recovery. That's not possible. So this is one of the drawback, and we are missing. So not nice to say, from other centers done across Northeast, we pick up cancers. Done 3 months ahead, And then we look back here and we picked up early as well as advanced cancers. Okay, simple linitis plastica done in other center cell is normal, just gastritis. Okay, and we look at the distensibility, it was very poor, and we realized that it is linitis plastica. Very easy to miss.
So eventually, in all patients, this may not be possible.
Yes. So to high risk factors. So if a kid comes with, 25-year-old coming, maybe you don't need. But above 50 years, history of H. pylori, okay, smoker, alcoholic. So this, at least this high risk factors, you can pick these patients and then start doing.
So in your practice, what are the most important factors?
History of chronic smoking, alcohol, H. pylori is very important. Male gender, above 50 years, family history. These are very important. Though there are no studies, I think we take a lot of smoked meat as well. Salted smoked meats. So I think this is also one of the factors that causes this stomach cancers.
And how do you address the additional cost factor related to anesthesia? How much?
No, you have to charge.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to charge. Because you have to pay for anesthesia, you have to pay for all those oxygen lines.
What is the usual charge for endoscopy in this environment?
So with H. pylori, we charge 3,000 rupees.
Okay.
Anesthesia will be an additional 1,500 to 2,000.
Okay.
But I think this is okay. If you go to other centers, they are pretty costly. I am using EVIS X1 scope, and still I am charging 3,000 rupees inclusive of H. pylori kit. This is damn cheap. If you go to other centers, they will be charging at least 10,000 rupees without anesthesia.
So you prefer to do a check only for rapid urea stress, or do you prefer to take send the biopsy protocol?
So for research purpose, you can do Sydney biopsy protocol. But for our use, even on endoscopy itself, you can diagnose H. pylori. So Dr. Vedal will be teaching on how to diagnose H. pylori infection based on endoscopy itself. The issue with RUT is you have to report that RUT test 24 hours later as well. So at 1 hour and 24 hours, these are very, very important. At 1 hour it may be negative, 24 hours later. So we give the patient the kit, and then I ask them to, everybody has got a mobile phone now. I ask them to take a picture of the kit and then bring it to me next time. A picture taken in 24 hours. This is very, very important.
How much delayed positivity you have witnessed?
We have lots.
In suspected atrophic gastritis, how many samples you take?
So antrum, incisura, and body. So, but the taxing thing about this is you have to, keep this in all separate vials. Okay? You have to keep this in all the separate vials. Very important.
Okay, how good is
Yeah.
190 without magnification to pick up an early lesion?
What is that?
Without magnification, like the standard 190 scope do not have deep magnification.
Yes.
So how easy or how difficult is it with the one, because most of us or not many of us have the X1 system or something like that.
Yeah. So if you look at Kimura Takemoto can be based only on white light imaging. So if you have atrophic gastritis, in the metaplasia also there are some features which you can find on white light, okay, and NBI without magnification. So if there are any mucosal irregularities, if there are any color changes, you have to take biopsies. Initially, to diagnose, you have to take a lot of biopsies. Okay? Even if you are sure that this is early gastric cancer, you still have to take biopsies. Because if you want to do treatment, if you have to show to the patient at least this is the report, and based on this, I have to treat you with endoscopic therapy or surgical therapy. So, catching based only on white light, experts may be able to do it. But since we are not that acquainted with these early cancers, first you pick up with image enhanced endoscopy, go back and see on the white light, and then that's from backward learning. Okay, that's how you can learn. Otherwise, based only on white light and without magnification will be difficult.
So we have to take biopsy.
biopsy any mucosal irregularity, any mucosal color changes. Irregularity means it is mostly to do with the the mucosa.
But sir, subsequently, ESD might be difficult to do ESD because of fibrosis. You could take
No,
also
that's
biopsy.
no. That's for colon. Okay, for stomach, you are not taking a lot of biopsy. You are taking only one piece. Minimal. But for stomach, it is not easy because stomach is a thick mucosa. Colon is not. Colon for stomach, if you do ESD, it's very, very thick. Should not have any problem. For colon, the mucosa is thin. So we don't take biopsies for colon polyps at all, and it is not indicated. We never take biopsies. We use Zenet classification. So use Zenet classification, diagnose colonic polyps based on Zenet, and then do whether EMR is required or ESD is required. No biopsy is required. Biopsy will be taken only when you think that it is an invasive cancer, and surgery will be warranted in such cases. But in stomach, only few biopsies, maybe one piece. That's all.
So do you do EMR and ESD in the same session, or do you schedule it later?
No. So if there are, for stomach, I don't do any EMR. Okay? Because controlling the depth is very important. So I always use ESD for stomach. For colon, if there are two polyps, so once you say one is Zenet 2A, one is Zenet 2B. Zenet 2A, I will do EMR. Zenet 2B, I will do ESD. I can do EMR, ESD in both settings. EMR takes hardly 2 minutes. So we'll have tea break as we wait for Dr. Wedo. Please feel free to discuss. So the weather is finally right. Yeah, the Olympics people from Japan, they came here before as well. They didn't have any problem. But it seems like they were staying for a long time, so they had Aadhaar card, the Japanese. So they didn't have any problem. Oh, yeah, he is going to face it. So, Rasuka क्या हुआ? ये काम yeah. He is a very important person. He should not be seen of this academic three of us. One game is there, Rosman, one is Ganesh. And we are trying to expand this. Please come. Huh? Good. Very good. Huh? You're welcome to have any kind of help. I'm calling for US 360. Moment you want to come for US training, I only have a sheet. I'm calling for US 360 training. Can I send some? वो आ जाएगा. बहुत ज़्यादा टाइम प्रोग्राम हो गया. That's why I installed it today. Otherwise तो मुझे तो आ गया था करना है. तुम भी आना है? कितना बार करोगे? ओपन कहाँ है? मृणाल नहीं है? मृणाल वो भी नहीं है? We have a small integration with you. So that people know that, like, Ada. We will be starting DNP for this year, next system. So please encourage your juniors. बाहर से ज़्यादा नहीं है. ऐसे ही आ रहा है. Moment I have the full calling for industry system. We'll get you going.
Sir, कुछ भी online पे बोले थे कि pages create early guest कैसे pick up करने के लिए.
We are already starting multi-center study. 10 centers across India. We are part of them. So we are still in the process and many more reasons. Publish होएगा तो पूरा आ जाएगा. Standards part of we can ask Vero. He has it. Start also. Oh, yeah. Arun, did you buy anything? Smokes? You will start. ACI का secretary है भैया. You are secretary of ACI Motors. नहीं. You are ACI का secretary है Motors का. You have to set examples.
Now we just create a platform so that everybody can have a
Platform नहीं यार.
That's our platform, our next 5-year plan.
अभी प्लान नहीं. ये कुछ नहीं कर रहा है. ACI Motors का. खुद का तो ले नहीं रहा.
सब ये इंसेप्शन होता है उसका हमेशा बेनिफिट होता है.
Inception should start with last.
इंसेप्शन वाले बहुत सारे एक्सक्यूज होते हैं. मैंने अकाउंट्स खोला, मैंने सोसाइटी ऑर्गेनाइज किया, इसी करते एक साथ निकल जाता है.
अमित जी ले रहे कि नहीं ले रहे इसको?
सर ने हेल्प किया है बहुत सारा सिस्टम में.
अच्छा.
सर के पास निकालना है.
हाँ.
टीचर हो गया.
इतने यूएस ले नहीं.
यूएस में
अंडर प्रोसेस में ऐसा हो रहा है.
टाइम लग रहा है. प्रोसेसिंग बिल्डा का बिल्डा. क्यों नहीं ले?
कॉस्ट में
हो सकता नहीं. मेरा ये भी तो ले लो तुम. ठीक है.
स्कोप ऑफ अप्रोच डाउन द
So if you look at the history of endoscopy, the interesting thing is like people used to describe the findings. They go in and they write findings. Upper part, middle part, lower part, inferior wall, posterior wall. There is a radius thing, measuring about those bits and things like this. Then Japan, they are very good in cameras. So they started taking pictures. First of all. And that's how we Japanese cameras are good.
Regarding measuring the size of lesions, how actually people like the focal length changes, but whether you are taking from near or from far. So how do you ascertain the right size?
Based on the
Normal content is near far.
take reference of three
Apart from there,
But sequential is better than non-sequential.
sequencing is better, but it is a slow process.
people like approximately
But
this
why-
side, that
why
side.
you mess it up?
Take me scope to rapid
open magic protection, one setting the snare.
But you can Lucera, Simon Lucera, Chapman Lucera, I'm going to explain to you. I'm just going to put it up.
X1 is capable of taking both the scopes.
मैंने जो studies असेल आपको इसे Lucera is better than Excel.
So guys, how we will do is we'll just have a very short introduction, 30 seconds, and then we'll ask more your questions.
मैंने Lucera is not available. India को
India is
मैंने X1 process not done. और मैंने Lucera extra जो लोगों को बैठे process of press में
ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯀꯦꯃꯦꯔꯥ ꯃꯌꯥꯏꯒꯤꯁꯤꯗ ꯑꯃ ꯂꯩꯕ ꯆꯨꯝꯗꯕꯗꯣ ꯁꯤꯗꯒꯤ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯃꯅꯤꯡ ꯇꯥꯕ ꯌꯥꯎꯕꯅꯦ ꯑꯗꯣ ꯁꯤꯗꯤ ꯑꯃ ꯇꯧꯕ
One
Dr. Vedo, please be seated first.
Okay.
You have to take the center seat. Once again, good morning to you all. It's a, privilege for Northeastern doctors to have Dr. Professor Norio Vedo in our midst. He has taken a long flight from Osaka, just leaving the typhoon behind. We were not even sure whether he'll be, coming to India or not because of the issues in Japan. But somehow he has met it with a lot of difficulties, so we should make the best use of him. Okay, so we'll start with a very brief introduction of ourselves, and then we'll go ahead with the lectures from Dr. Vedo.
Dr. Mohan from Singapore. Dr. Milan from Singapore. I'm Dr. Rohan from Arunachal Pradesh. And I'm Dr. Arup, Associate Professor in Nalanda Medical Colleges. I'm Dr. Mayan from Guwahati. I'm Dr. Ashok Kumar from Delhi, Narayana.
So these are all the doctors from entire Northern India. So he is the lone GI for his entire state, and he is also the lone GI for entire state. Yeah, but from Arunachal. Yeah, only one doctor GI. So there are not many GI doctors spanning Assam and Manipur. So still very few. Within one number of states where the number of GI centers is very modest. So we'll have a lecture from Dr. Norio Vedo, Road to Standardized Endoscopy, Best Practice in Japan. Dr. Vedo, please.
Học riêng ấy.
Just in case. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So, thank you for invitation to this Manipur. This is my first time to come to this area. And then, as Suraj mentioned that I had an issue to fly from Japan for typhoon. Why I cannot really see? But I could manage to fly. And then again, another issue is stuck at the airport. So that is also my first experience. At the moment. I think this is okay. So, I think previously it was okay. Yes.
now this is recognizing. So, I think now the computer is recognizing. So just sorry about that.
फोन नंबर भी सेम है इसे
I think previously I saw the desktop.
Please press the duplicate screen to go. Duplicate
How about this?
duplicate screen.
Can I? It must have been. Yes, this will work. Register.
銀貨3品2品も入りますね。これは分かったです。
あ、
丸にこれで
結構短いですね。
Lightning charge. C type. I have.
Wow. Can we other ones computer?
See this look?
Yeah, I think it's okay.
This is okay now.
It's okay. It's charged. The problem is this side. Okay.
PPT mode.
Okay. Sorry to taking time. So I'm talking about the, how we are observing the upper GI tract by endoscopy. So actually this is the world incidence of upper GI cancer. So Eastern Asia is more than a half, and then for esophageal cancer, and then stomach cancer. And South Central Asia, including India, is this. So number is smaller than Eastern Asia, but actually number 2. So that is the actual incidence. And because Eastern Asia country, including Japan, has a very high incidence of gastric cancer or upper GI cancer, so our government thought early detection and treatment have been considered as a very effective strategy to improve prognosis of gastric cancer patients or esophageal cancer patients. Government really encourage screening examination, and then endoscopy society try to improve accuracy of endoscopic diagnosis and then develop endoscopic treatment. So this is actual cancers included in a population-based screening. So gastric cancer is one of the disease. And actually the data is more coming from Korea. So according to Korean National Cancer Screening Program, those who receive screening examination, all-cause of mortality is 0.8. And then gastric cancer specific mortality also 0.8. So those gastric cancer screening program really reduce the gastric cancer mortality. And then and this is also when we look at the method of screening examination. So only barium X-ray. Previously we used barium X-ray for gastric cancer screening, but this is very large number of study population. So even 0.9 is still statistically significant, but the differences, effectiveness is low. But when we look at the endoscopy examination, screening examination, gastric cancer mortality becomes almost half. And then very high prevalent gastric cancer country, this contribute to the all-cause of mortality to reduce about 0.4. And this is gastric cancer, and what's happened? Okay. So not only gastric cancer, because we go through esophagus. So those who receive gastric cancer screening, esophageal cancer mortality rate is also becomes 0.7. So 30% of reduction rate of mortality. And then again, when we look at the method of screening examination, upper barium X-ray 0.9, but those who receive endoscopy screening, the mortality reduction to 0.5, almost half. So this is Korean data. So screening examination really reduce mortality of upper GI cancers. And this is Japanese data. The reason is because usually screening examination detected cancer stage is earlier. So this is data from Japanese gastric cancer screening examination. So the stage 1 confined, those who receive, those who confined to stage 1 account for 70% of all screening examination population. But this is a result. But when we look at the actual number of screening detected, population-based screening detected gastric cancer, so when we compare to the all gastric cancer patient, it accounts for only 4%. So in Japanese practice, those who are detected through population-based screening is about only 5%. So 95% of the patient detected in a different method or different pathway. And this is a data from National Cancer Center. So according to their data, population-based screening detected gastric cancer, early gastric cancer accounts for 7%, which is similar to previous slides. And 30% of the patient is detected by kind of health check like opportunistic screening. And then 60% of the patient is detected in an outpatient clinic, like a general clinical practice. And then about 80% of the method to detect early gastric cancer was endoscopy. So when we summarize this situation, so most of the gastric cancer, early gastric cancer was detected in a opportunistic screening or clinical practice of practitioner. Probably in Japan, the cost of endoscopy is relatively low compared to Western country, and about 90 US dollar for one scope, and then 70% was subsidized by health insurance, national insurance. And then also number of endoscopists is quite large, different from here. So our society has 35,000 members, and so we have enough resources to scope the patients. So actual reason why early detection of the gastric or esophageal cancer is high in Japan is probably high disease prevalence that maintain endoscopist interest or experience, and easy access to endoscopy, supported by social health insurance system and large number of endoscopies. And I believe good quality of endoscopy that was provided by Japanese Endoscopy Society, quality of endoscopy. So most of the early gastric cancer is detected during opportunistic screening of routine upper GI endoscopy practice. So if we can really improve the quality of upper GI endoscopy, even in India, I think somehow we can replicate the outcome of Japan like this. So in Japan or Korea, very high prevalent area or country, I think general population screening is useful. And then Korean data show that it really improved or decreased gastric cancer mortality all over the country. But I think like India, very limited number of endoscopists and limited resources, I think general population screening is very difficult. So in such situation, I think it is very important to detect high-risk patient and then put the patient into surveillance and recommend the patient to receive surveillance endoscopy. So sometimes very difficult to provide population-based screening to all population, but still some patients receive endoscopy according to some dyspeptic symptom or something like that, or anemia, mild anemia or something. But even in such case, all gastroscopy can be an opportunity of screening examination for upper GI cancer. And if you can detect early stage cancer, it's good, okay. But even you don't detect early gastric cancer, if you can really recognize the patient has a high risk mucosal finding, we can really recommend the patients to receive surveillance endoscopy. So I think such risk stratified strategy is useful for moderate to low risk population or population has a limited resources. So initially I explained how to identify high-risk patients. Of course, some clinical information is very important, but recently Japanese endoscopists identify some high-risk endoscopic finding as well. So I start with esophageal cancer. So especially in Japan or East Asian countries, squamous cell carcinoma is more prevalent. So I explain about the esophageal squamous cell carcinoma. Clinical risk factor is male gender or East Asian background, and alcohol drinking, smoking, and history or simultaneous squamous cell carcinoma in oropharynx. And endoscopy finding include, high-risk endoscopy finding include melanosis or multiple iodine unstained area. This is the most common mechanisms to develop squamous cell carcinoma in East Asian population. So usually alcohol, even alcohol itself is carcinogen, but usually it is metabolized to acetaldehyde. And then acetaldehyde is metabolized to acetic acid and then discharged from the urine. But in East Asian population, 60% of the population has a poor metabolism for acetaldehyde dehydrogenase. So in such patient, acetaldehyde is accumulated in a tissue, and then I heard that it secrete from the saliva, and then the squamous epithelium exposed to this acetaldehyde, which acts as a carcinogen. And those who has a poor metabolism for acetaldehyde, clinical phenotype is expression is after drinking of small amount of alcohol, face color turn into red. So such phenomena can accurately diagnose 90% of those who receive poor metabolism for acetaldehyde. So only interview can detect high-risk patient. And such, as I mean, such acetaldehyde will affect all squamous epithelium. So mainly such high-risk patient has a multiple lesion in oropharynx and esophagus. So about 10% of head and neck cancer patient has a esophageal cancer, vice versa. This is called as a field cancerization. And these are clinical information, but as I mentioned, some endoscopy finding is also associated with risk of squamous cell carcinoma. One is melanosis, and then another is multiple Lugol unstained area. And multiple Lugol unstained area finding which associated with esophageal cancer risk. One is leukoplakia in oropharyngeal mucosa, and also dilated vessel, focal dilated vessel in oropharynx, and melanosis. So if you find such finding in oropharynx, it's better to spend more time to observe esophageal mucosa. So try to observe carefully esophageal mucosa. And then next is high risk finding for gastric cancer. So of course male gender, family history, and East Asian ethnic background, and Helicobacter pylori infection is associated with risk of gastric cancer. And that is clinical information. And then another endoscopy. Mucosal atrophy, endoscopic mucosal atrophy, and endoscopic finding of intestinal metaplasia. Intestinal metaplasia is known as a histological terminology, but it can be detected or seen in endoscopy as well. So this is a non-H. pylori naive patient without atrophic gastritis. Gastric fold is very reserved. But usually H. pylori gastritis or atrophic gastritis develop in a lesser curvature side. So atrophic mucosa is seen as a pale color mucosa, lost gastric fold. Maybe I would explain later in a different session. But anyway, these findings also associated with the risk of gastric cancer. And another is intestinal metaplasia. As I mentioned, intestinal metaplasia is a histological term, but endoscopy can detect intestinal metaplasia as well. Especially if you use narrowband imaging, color of intestinal metaplasia is contrasted like this. And after that, if you recognize the such high-risk patients, you have to observe the upper GI tract carefully to identify the mucosal changes or suspicious lesion. And then in such situation, not only just observe the mucosa or esophagus, stomach, I think it's better to observe very carefully and improve the quality of visualization. In that aspect, the important thing is optimal condition for mucosal evaluation and systematic observation to avoid missing area. So in Japanese practice, we usually use pronase, mucolytic agent, and simeticon, which is anti-foaming agent. And usually we prepare these small cup and then administer the patient just before the examination, like a welcome drink or something. But I realized that I and my friend Ken Shao realized that usually mucolytic agent pronase is not available, and N-acetylcysteine works similarly, but still such in some country such drug is not available. So we try to modify the preparation. So sometimes we practitioner ask the patient to really fasting from the one day after the last dinner. Ask the patient never drink or never eat anything. But we realize that it really makes the mucus very sticky and then very difficult to wash. So we allow the patient to drink clear water, clear liquid until 1 hour before the examination. So the mucus becomes soft, and then not necessary to provide N-acetylcysteine, but only a small amount of simeticon plus enough amount of water, usually more than 100 milliliter, can really improve the mucosal condition. So without good mucosal cleansing, you may miss such lesions underneath the mucus or floats. And then even you use image enhanced endoscopy like a chromoendoscopy or NBI magnification, if the lesion is covered with mucus, you cannot really evaluate the mucosal characteristic to detect suspicious lesion. So mucosal cleansing is very important. And also, another important thing is the optimal volume of the air. So amount of air is not enough. Even such advanced lesion can be missed. Lesion between the fold can be missed. And optimal volume means sometimes too much amount of air, especially lesser curvature side, superficial lesion become flat thin and difficult to identify. So in such lesion, sometimes less amount of air can appreciate more mucosal difference of height or difference of color. Like this. And my colleague also evaluated that sometimes superficial lesion in the esophagus also too much air can stretch the mucosa and then make the superficial lesion flat thin. But less air condition contrast the color difference or mucosal height difference more clearly. So controlling the volume of air for optimal condition, mucosal evaluation is very important. And in such a situation, I just want to explain about how we can detect early squamous cell carcinoma. So usually early squamous cell carcinoma in white light, it looks reddish area with uneven surface. And then usually normal esophageal mucosa can see this kind of some mucosal vessel, but neoplastic area we cannot really see such kind of vessel. So, but this finding has about 50 to 60% of sensitivity and specificity. But when you use NBI, it really contrasts and then increase sensitivity. And I explained about why this lesion, superficial squamous cell carcinoma or high-grade dysplasia, is contrasted by NBI. So NBI usually contrasts the color of the vessel. So usually non-neoplastic normal squamous mucosa has a epithelial papillae like this, and then inside there is a capillary loop like this, and then if it is neoplastic, such epithelial structure becomes irregular, and then vessel inside of epithelial papilla becomes irregular. So these irregularly dilated vessel can be seen as a dot-like appearance in a neoplastic epithelium. And a randomized trial showed that NBI significantly improved the detection of squamous cell carcinoma. So when you observe when you insert the scope through esophagus, maybe during insertion or during withdrawal, it's better to use NBI to detect such kind of suspicious lesion. And then that is esophageal observation. And then when inside the stomach, under good preparation of the mucosa and then optimal amount of air, it's better to check the mucosa, observe the mucosa systematically to avoid the missing area. So this is proposed by Kenshi. So systematic screening of the stomach, SSS, using white light endoscopy. So esophagus, we usually use NBI, but the stomach still white light observation is a standard observation method to detect early gastric cancer. So when we insert the stomach upper body, 4-quadrant direction, lesser curve, anterior, greater curvature, posterior wall, 4-quadrant direction in upper body, middle part, and then antrum, downward view, and then retroflex, incisura, and middle body, and cardia. Usually retroflex observation greater curvature become very tangential. So usually we can omit. But anyway, 3 longitudinal point and 4 quadrant direction to check the all gastric mucosa. This is important. So how we can improve the quality, standardize the upper GI examination. Identification of high-risk patient in terms of clinical information and also high-risk mucosal finding is important. And then such high-risk patient, you can perform very good quality endoscopy. So, but endoscopy may be immediate endoscopy without observing without checking clinical information and no attention to high-risk endoscopy finding and no mucosal preparation and inadequate air insufflation and quick non-systematic observation without proper knowledge of endoscopy finding of disease. But you have to improve the quality of endoscopy, checking clinical information before scoping, and paying attention to high-risk endoscopy mucosal finding, not only detection of suspicious lesion. It's better to pay attention to identify high-risk mucosal finding and systematic observation under optimal condition with proper knowledge. This is a good practice. So probably this is already explained by Suraj, but previously endoscopy practice is mainly distributed in a metro city like Mumbai, Delhi, Chennai or somewhere, but recently endoscopy practice is really distributing all over India because of improvement of economy, something. But still preparation and observation reporting equipment is not very standardized. So to provide good clinical practice or endoscopy practice to Indian population, I think standardization is very important. So recently AIG and then Kenshi and our hospital collaborate and now making this kind of program. Suraj previously participated this course. So this course consists of 3 sessions. Usually we invite 8 to 10 doctors and then give some lecture and live demonstration. And then usually such interactive discussion is very important. Usually when I attended, even attended as a lecturer, still just one-way lecture like this. But after that, we can really discuss until everyone is really understand the content of the lecture. That is very important. And then after that, they present according to their lecture how they can really change or detect some mucosal abnormality, including high-risk mucosal changes or suspicious lesion. And then again, we can discuss interactively. And third session, we usually invite Indian doctor to our hospital and then to see not only endoscopy practice but also other surrounding setting like nurses or equipment or everything, and sometimes drinking. But this is very important. But this is only first part. We also conduct train-the-trainer course in a hospital. So in this course, we invite many young doctors, hopeful doctors from all over the Asian countries, and then train these young hopeful doctors to teach other doctors in their country. So this is first session, and then maybe this is a regional, maybe Suraj will be the trainer to regional practitioner, and then they will teach young doctors to increase more and more endoscopists like Japanese society. But that is our future direction. And also, this is a learning pyramid. So only lecture can achieve 5% of content. Maybe seeing live demonstration like today. And then after that, you come back and then practice by yourself. You can achieve 95% of knowledge through this practice. And then if you teach other young doctors or colleagues, maybe you can attain 90% of knowledge by yourself. So this is, when I have started full thickness resection, I went to China to learn their practice. So I always, when I started new procedure, I always try to visit and observe real practice. Because sometimes we can see, recently we can see many information in the internet, like a YouTube, but usually they are very edited, so we cannot really see the real practice, such kind of information. Sometimes we really misunderstand, even just seeing the video, we can really understand the whole information. But real observation cannot replace. So virtual experience cannot be replaced by real practice, real experience. And teaching others is very important, I believe, because some experts usually keep their technique or knowledge to prevent competition, to avoid competition from the other competitor. But teaching or sharing the knowledge can really disseminate the procedure or knowledge and then contribute to patient care. And eventually, everyone can really recognize these good or experts and then increase the standing of experts rather than the competitors. So this is standardization, how we can standardize endoscopic practice in India. So again, many superficial neoplasia usually detected not only population-based screening, but also routine upper GI endoscopy practice in Japan. So improved quality is important, I think. This can be implemented in India. So optimal mucosal condition to observe, and then systematic observation to improve patient outcome. And dissemination of optimal practice and knowledge should be carried out. Now I'm coming here, but should be carried out by local experts. Thank you.
So we'll take the questions later
Yeah.
because we have the inaugural session and then followed by the board lecture, and then we have hands-on demonstration from there. So we'll proceed to you. I think we'll check the laptop.
Okay.
There are some issues with that.
Okay.
I now invite our President, Dr. Nongthombam Suraj Kumar, Director and Head of Gastroenterology Department, ILDS Hospital, Imphal, to kindly come on the dais. Moving on to the next segment, I request Madam Devika and Salini to kindly felicitate our chief guest, Sri N. Joffrey, IAS. Please give a round of applause. I request Devika and Salini to felicitate our guest of honor, Professor Noria Vedo. I request Devika and Salini to felicitate our Director and Head of Gastroenterology Department, Sir Dr. N. Suraj Kumar. So this memento is the love and appreciation from ILDS Hospital. May I now invite our respected dignitaries on the dais to come forward for lighting of the lamp. Moving on to the next segment of the program, I request Sir N. Remote Kumar, Administrative Officer of ILDS Hospital, to deliver the welcome address.
Today, a very blissful Thursday, the 4th of June 2026. On this day, the Institute of Liver and Digestive Sciences, ILDS Imphal, organizing UGI Endoscopy Excellence, UGI Standardization and Advanced Diagnostic Endoscopy Workshop Northeast. A very warm and heartfelt welcome to all of you to the UGI Endoscopy Excellence, UGI Standardization and Advanced Diagnostic Endoscopy Workshop for entire Northeast, being organized here at ILDS Kwakethel Heno Phongambi, Imphal West, Manipur, India. I, on behalf of ILDS, welcome Sir Shri Ningthogam Joffrey, IAS, Commissioner cum Secretary, School Education, Higher and Technical Education, Adult Education, SCERT, Government of Manipur. We welcome you, sir. Next, I welcome on behalf of ILDS our respected guest of honor, Professor Noria Wedo, Vice Director, Department of Gastrointestinal Oncology, Osaka International Cancer Institute, Japan. I welcome respected President, Dr. N. Suresh Kumar, Director and Head of Gastroenterology Department, ILDS Imphal. We welcome distinguished faculty members, delegates from neighboring states of Northeast India, our CEO and Managing Director, Madam Dr. Vijaya, Deputy Managing Director, Sir Roslin, Medical Superintendent, Sir Surkant, and respected consultants and medical officers. We also welcome friends from print and electronic media. We also welcome members of the Olympus team, all dedicated staff, respected elder members, ladies and gentlemen. Today marks an important milestone, not only for ILDS, but also for the advancement of gastrointestinal endoscopy services across northeastern region of India. We are deeply honored to host one of the world's leading authorities in advanced gastrointestinal endoscopy, Professor Noria Uedo of Japan, whose pioneering contributions in early gastric cancer detection, image-enhanced endoscopy, and endoscopic diagnostic have influenced endoscopy practices across the globe. The theme of the workshop, UGI standardization and advanced diagnostic endoscopy, reflects a critical need in contemporary gastroenterology. While technological advancements have transformed endoscopy, the challenge before us is to ensure that every patient receives a recognition, quality assurance, and evidence-based practice. India, and particularly northeastern region, is witnessing a growing burden of upper gastrointestinal diseases. Early detection of pre-malignant and malignant lesions remains one of the greatest opportunities for improving patient outcomes. The ability to identify subtle changes such as gastric atrophy, intestinal metaplasia, dysplasia, and early cancers requires not only advanced equipment but also advanced knowledge, training, and disciplined endoscopic techniques. The workshop is therefore been carefully designed to bridge the gap between technology and expertise. Through lectures, interactive discussions, and live case demonstrations, participants will gain practical insights. At ILDS, our vision extends beyond organizing a workshop. We aspire to create a sustainable platform for advanced medical education, research, innovation, and capacity building. We believe that world-class healthcare can and should be accessible in the northeast of India. By bringing global expertise to northeast India, we aim to empower local clinicians, strengthen regional healthcare systems, and ultimately improve patient care. Before I conclude, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to to our distinguished guest, Professor Noria Uedo, coming here all the way from Japan, and for graciously accepting our invitation, sir, and sharing your invaluable expertise with us. I thank the guest of today's program, Sir Shri Ningthokam Geoffrey IS. In the midst of hectic official schedules, you have spared very invaluable moment with us, sir. I also thank President of today's program who has been guiding us all along, Sir Dr. N. Suresh Kumar. And lastly, I thank all participating delegates, faculty members, sponsors, organizing committee members, friends of the print and electronic media, and all staff, all our associates, invitees, whose presence has made this program possible. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sir Remote, for setting a delightful tone for the rest of the evening. May I request our esteemed guest of honor, Professor Noria Uedo, to kindly deliver a speech.
Thank you for kind invitation. So it is the first time to come this place. And I realize it's a little bit different from other big cities. Usually I visit big city of India, but here is different. But I attended many Indian congress, but I always see that the Indian endoscopists and practitioners very passionate to learn something, but very limited resources, sometimes limited sources of information. Even though they are eager to learn, but they cannot really achieve any information. But actually, I really visit many countries, Asian countries. I try to improve such kind of imbalance of the information in medical industry, including. So I think this time very good experience for me to come to this place and see many passionate endoscopists to share the time and share my experience and share my knowledge. So maybe we hope to stay in touch to improve further to promote healthcare to the patient in this region. Thank you for invitation.
Thank you, Sir Uedo, for your inspiring words. May I invite our chief guest, Sri N. Geoffrey, to kindly deliver a speech.
Very good morning. Dr. N. Suresh Kumar, Director Emeritus, President of the Global Ceremony. Our special guest of honor, Professor Arvind Petro, Authority in Advanced Diagnostic Endoscopy, Japan, distinct invitees, participants, friends from the medical fraternity, officers of ILDs, friends of the media. I am very thankful to my good friend Dr. Suresh for being part of this program. It's an absolute privilege to stand before such a dedicated caliber of medical professionals, surgeons, who have come all the way from various parts of the East to make this program meaningful. We are here today with a singular mission that to need to elevate the standard of endoscopic intervention in urology. In this field, I told the margin between this lesson and early stage diagnosis is very fun. For too long, endoscopic reporting has varied from practitioner to practitioner and from institution to institution. This is precisely why the standardization of using endoscopy, such as adherence to quality improvement initiatives and standardized classification systems, is no longer just an academic exercise. It's an absolute clinical necessity today. By standardizing the nomenclature, image documentation, and occasional assessment protocols, we ensure reproducibility, improved communication across multidisciplinary teams, and establish an uncompromising baseline of standardization and tool forms the foundation. It is the advanced diagnostics that allow you to push the boundaries of what is possible. We live in an era of unprecedented technological innovation. With the advent of high definition endoscopy, narrow band imaging, and endoscopic ultrasound, one can now visualize and characterize tissues at cellular and microvascular level. These tools empower you to identify malignant potential long before it presents microscopically. Furthermore, as artificial intelligence begins to integrate seamlessly into your scopes, having the dual proficiency in spotting and analyzing these subtle pathologies will define the future of GI care. This workshop is specifically designed to bridge the gap between theoretical knowledge and the real-world hands-on mastery. Over the course of the many sessions that this program will offer, I'm sure the experts and the practitioners will walk you through the nuances of image-influenced endoscopy, thorough mucosal evaluation, and complex case-based decision-making. I urge every delegate here to actively engage with the simulators, ask questions to the lab demonstrations, master technical interfaces that will make you a safer and more confident endoscopist. Continuous learning is a cornerstone of medical innovation. The techniques and standardized reporting methods we discuss and practice in this workshop will translate directly into better, more precise, and minimally invasive care for your patients. I'd like to extend my deepest gratitude to the organizing committee, the industry renowned faculty, for making this event possible. This is a milestone for many, for ILDS, my state, for the Movies, and for the lesson as well. The dedication to sharing experience and learning creates a collaborative environment that will continuously improve clinical outcomes. And before I conclude, Japan has a special place in our state. It's a connection since the last 80 years. And lastly, I wish you all an enriching, engaging, and highly productive workshop. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sir Jeffrey, for sharing your valuable insights and experiences. I request our President of ILDS President, Director of ILDS Hospital, Sir N. Suraj Kumar, to kindly deliver his speech.
First of all, good morning to you all. Respected chief guest of today's function, Sri N. Jeffrey, my mentor, teacher, and program teacher, Professor Morio Vedo, amadi the colleagues from other parts of Northern India, my fellow doctors, staffs, and members from print and electronic media. Aina thamniyo point si ahum kakani. First, kaidobugi koina Japanese expertise natraga Japan expert korenos. Japan si koini lady but chakhaw marili cancer si koina prithvi da kwai ni yam number 1. Number 2, koina khangi Japan si camera si am phalian. Angam ni khangi. Aduna chakhaw manungi camera nang basi mo koina ahan buda han mo han hato. Aduna sukuda lay ba koi ki sakhaw maril cancer se Japan dadi kamai ta with cancer se me abu khaki stage 1 2 3 4 ni chama sakhaw ki cancer diagnosed to mata stage 1 ta diagnosed to aduga 10% na stage to aduga koi ki Manipur natraga India da yengba matam dadi stage 3 na 4 da 80% sama da marfu tara se koi down the late stage 3 stage 4 diagnosed of it. Aduna lairaiba maraki GFC ekoina karamda handan dibile high target koi si Japanese technology not Japanese knowledge koi invite to the kali. Aduga panbaya badi India da lairiba high riba chakhaw maraki cancer se Northeast India number 1 ne Mizoram number 1 ni adai lairiba adai state sum matang manau dong rei aduna yam na wang ba adumba sakhaw maril cancer se asi diagnose to gi haita ga di endoscopic tan ne endoscopic tan diagnose to gi haita ga di pena Japanese ki technology koi na sari sinari be endoscopic me yam se Japan di lak na ni koi India ki sathi atopa country so sathi all high Olympus noma fuji high yam se koi si Japanese companies na ni aduga high ba si ki sakhaw maril ki diagnosis se si criteria में आपसे जापान कोई तमीरा में होती है अदुना कोई की लगी बा अन्ना उसिंग से कोई की पेशेंट की दमकता याम खना याम नन्ना डायग्नोसिस तो बा मसुम लाई नि हाइता की कोई कुलाइसिंग सिना बताका लाई अदु हे नमरु एदी कोई की कमाइन तो करम कोई ने डायग्नोस तो क्या है से कोई की डायरेक्टली तमरगा की कोई नसी अतो पसराई तम सुयारो अदुना याम मरु बा सी की नॉलेज की ट्रांसफर सी मोगी लोग हाई तारगती कोई की देखिबा गैस्ट्रो कम्युनिटी अदुगा एंडोस्कोपिकल कम्युनिटी से सिना कोई की यामना तमजबम तकाले अदुना हाई बा सिगी पॉइंट सिंग आईडी कोई की इंडिया दे देखिबा चखाव मदल कैंसर सी नॉट इज नंबर 1 नी मका तारपदा सिजनरीबा सिगी हाई बा सप्लाई में हमसे जापान की लोग नाकने बिना अदुगा लेडीबा सागी कोई की मागी diagnosis amasung treatment ki criteria sing Japan ri piramani amasung makoina siki haiba cancer sing makoi de masing yam na maram hoiraga koi di siki yam na su early stage yam na moi di 75% na stage 1 da 10% na koi di stage 2 da aduga India la matam pura kona 80% si koi di stage 3 stage 4 da diagnosis da yam na thing ma matam na koi na patient ki da yang penting bang untuk kerana diagnosis si polisi kok napa patient di dalamta efna ba hai kena pergi hai ba si sui workshop se pergi Manipur amasung pergi entire Northeast India ki baina si polisi tamjana ba hai na pergi session bani aduga amana endoscopy to khuding mak se apni endoscopy yeng se magi ma bu to na te apni yeng se every endoscopy per dom tam da magi na batu yengba part patat option ba tu yengba tana cancer ki screening program ni hai se koina each and every hospital matam da masi kawlo once again I thank you all for this workshop thank you
Thank you, sir, Suraj, for the inspiring words. May I now request our Deputy General Manager, Sir Raju Tiang, to deliver vote of thanks.
Very good morning everyone. On behalf of the Institute of Liver and Digestive Sciences, INFO, I have the privilege of delivering the vote of thanks on the special occasions of the inauguration ceremony of UCI Endoscopy Excellence, UCI Sterilization and Advanced Diagnostic Endoscopy Workshop, Northeast. First and foremost, I express our sincere gratitude to our chief guest, Sri N. Joyfree, IAS Commissioner cum Secretary, Education as Higher and Technical Education, Adult Education, STRT, Government of Manipur, for gracing this event with his esteemed presence and all his valuable encouragement. We are deeply honored by the presence of our guest of honor, Professor Nuria Widio from Japan, an international renowned expert in advanced endoscopy. Thank you, sir, for sharing your expertise and inspiring us to spread our excellence in endoscopic practice. I would also like to convey our heartfelt thanks to our president, Sir Dr. N. Suresh Kumar, Director, ILS Hospital, Info, for his vision, leadership, and continuous support in making this academic initiative a reality. Our sincere appreciation goes to all the distinguished faculty members, delegates, doctors, healthcare professionals, print and electronic media, and participants who have joined us today. Your presence and active involvement made this work so meaningful and successful. I would also like to thank the organizing committee, administrative staff, technical teams, volunteers, and everyone working behind the scene for their dedications and hard work in ensuring the smooth conduct of this event. Finally, we thank all our well-wishers and partners for their continued support and encouragement. We hope that this workshop will contribute significantly to enhancing endoscopy standards and advancing patient care across the Northeast regions. Thank you all once again for being a part of this memorable occasion. Wishing everyone a successful and enriching workshop. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sir Raju. Now we will adjourn for refreshment break, and I request everyone to reassemble in the third floor, ILTS boardroom, for the continuation of the workshop regarding the importance of understanding gastric atrophy, intestinal malabsorption, and dyslipidemia, presented by Dr. Nuria Widio. So I request everyone to kindly reassemble in the third floor, ILTS boardroom. Thank you.
ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯀꯔꯝꯅ ꯍꯟꯊꯍꯟꯒꯗꯒꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯇꯥꯔꯗꯤ Japanese technology ꯅꯠꯇ꯭ꯔꯒꯅ Japanese knowledge ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ invite ꯇꯧꯕ ꯗꯔꯀꯥꯔ ꯂꯩ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯄꯟꯕ ꯌꯥꯕꯗꯤ
sometimes cost, but education or knowledge acquisition is very cost effective. If they can really get some information and then try to work hard to study, I think they can improve. And then they can, even limited resources, they can really improve the practice, how to use it or something like that. So I think even this area, every practitioner is very passionate to improve their practice. So I think if we can really share our experience, knowledge, healthcare system here also improve more. That is my feeling.
Thank you.
Ya, algo que nosotros sabíamos.
Now it's I think we need more text for the しあれだったら USB に落として私の PC とかで一旦動いてるんでこのままで
Is it working now?
Yeah.
It's the temperature maybe.
Okay. Can I start? Okay. So next, previously how to standardize endoscopy. I talk about. So then, how to make diagnosis of premalignant mucosal condition or suspicious esophageal or gastric lesion. So maybe how to detect superficial esophageal cancer. I already explained a little bit. And then after that, how to make diagnosis of H. pylori associated gastritis, high risk mucosal condition like mucosal atrophy or intestinal metaplasia, and how to detect early gastric cancer. So superficial esophageal cancer, squamous cell carcinoma, I already explained such things. So these are high risk mucosal finding, melanosis or multiple iodine unstained area or leukoplakia or vessel, localized vessel dilatation. And in white light, reddish area or with uneven surface, and then disappearance of background network. And then NBI really enhance the suspicious area with high-grade dysplasia or intramucosal cancers, brownish area. And the reason why area looks brownish is because of dilatation of the vessels. But not only dilatation of the vessel, usually neoplastic epithelium also browner than the surrounding mucosa. So usually inflammation only make dilatation of vessel, but usually neoplastic lesion, usually epithelial color also becomes browner compared to surrounding mucosa. This is because my colleague evaluated the histological finding. So usually non-neoplastic squamous epithelium like this. So surface is well stratified. So this, and then the epithelium very thicker than the neoplastic epithelium. So it reflects the light very well. While neoplastic epithelium is thinner than non-neoplastic epithelium. So light is penetrated and then absorbed by vessels. And then the surface is a little bit rough, so the light is scattered. So such kind of color difference of epithelium is also a very characteristic finding for squamous cell carcinoma. This is very important differential point between inflammation and neoplasia. So not only dilated vessel, but also brownish epithelial color is a useful finding to make diagnosis of squamous cell carcinoma. And then compared to, so as I mentioned, NBI detected more cancer, squamous cell carcinoma in esophagus and head and neck region compared to white light. The difference is significant. But when we look at the head and neck region, the difference is more obvious. So esophagus, sometimes we still use iodine to make diagnosis, but the oropharyngeal area, very difficult to apply iodine. But in such area, we can apply same diagnostic criteria to oropharyngeal area, same diagnostic criteria with esophageal squamous cell carcinoma. So I explain with video, so you can see melanosis in the oropharynx. Of course, he already received ESD for squamous cell carcinoma, but yeah, so this is high risk finding. And then when we switch to NBI, we see some isolated dilated vessel. So these are high risk findings, so it's better to observe more careful. Now you can see leukoplakia as well, so very high risk patients. And he already received hypopharyngeal ESD as well. So there is a scar, this is a scar. And then when we look at the piriform sinus, now you can see dilated vessel with demarcation. This time epithelial color change not so much obvious, but well demarcated. And then when we apply iodine, we see many multiple unstained area. So this indicates the patient is high risk patient. So it's better to carefully observe oropharynx and esophagus in such high risk patients. And then next I want to explain how to make diagnosis of H. pylori associated gastritis, including atrophy and intestinal metaplasia. This is, I already explained, clinical information, high-risk clinical information, and high-risk mucosal finding. And why it is very important to make diagnosis of atrophy or intestinal metaplasia caused by H. pylori infection. Because usually only H. pylori infection does not increase the gastric cancer risk much. If the patient that did not develop atrophic gastritis or atrophy or intestinal metaplasia, risk is not so much high. But H. pylori chronic infection usually subsequently cause atrophic gastritis or intestinal metaplasia. Under such kind of background mucosal changes, carcinoma can be developed. So if the patient develop H. pylori gastritis, atrophic gastritis, including atrophy or intestinal metaplasia, gastric cancer risks become significantly high. And some patients, when extensive intestinal metaplasia develop, H. pylori infection spontaneously eradicated. But in such patients, it's a representative of extensive intestinal metaplasia of gastric mucosa. So such patient, gastric cancer risk is significantly high. And another important aspect you want to learn is sometimes endoscopists or doctor misunderstand that intestinal metaplasia directly developed or changed to gastric cancer. But recent bio study show that usually gastric cancer develop in a stem cell, not through intestinal metaplasia. So intestinal metaplasia or atrophy is a high-risk lesion developed in a surrounding gastric mucosa. So most of the gastric cancer develop de novo rather than intestinal metaplasia gastric cancer sequence. But anyway, that is one of the knowledge. And what type of histological finding H. pylori cause? So usually it contains 4 histological changes: neutrophil infiltration and mononuclear lymphocytic infiltration, or reduction of atrophy, or replacement of the gastric glands by intestinal metaplasia. So usually only inflammatory cell infiltration does not increase the risk of gastric cancer. When mucosa develop glandular atrophy for development of intestinal metaplasia, these changes really increase the gastric cancer risk. So diagnosis of such mucosal changes is very important. So this is a normal gastric glands or mucosa. So antrum is usually about 1/3 of the mucosal thickness to corpus mucosa. So usually thick corpus mucosa cause some gastric mucosal folds, and then it usually shows such kind of spider-like vessel appearance. And regular arrangement of this vessel is called collecting venue. And if you can see regular arrangement of collecting venue, this finding shows specific 90% of sensitivity and 48% of specificity for H. pylori naive gastric mucosa. And usually gastric atrophy develops initially in the lower part of the corpus lesser curve. So if you can see this finding in incisura or lower part of gastric corpus, this indicates the H. pylori naive, very healthy gastric mucosa. Gastric cancer risk is quite low. And when a chronic infection of the H. pylori exists, this very thick corpus mucosa becomes very thin and replaced by intestinal metaplasia. So thickness becomes low. So mucosal height becomes low. So gastric folds are lost, and then usually such fundic glands contain many vessels, vasculature. So the color is homogeneously orange like color, but atrophic mucosa is more pale area because of a reduction of the fundic glands. And also this thin mucosa increase transparency of the submucosal vessel. So lost gastric folds and increased visibility of the vessel and pale mucosal color, the characteristic finding of gastric mucosal atrophy in white light. And Japanese practice, we usually evaluate such atrophic border. Usually it develops from the lower part of corpus in a lesser curvature side, and then extend toward the cardia, and then eventually extend both anterior wall or posterior wall side. And if the atrophic mucosa reach to cardia and then extend beyond cardia, we call this as an open type atrophy. And such patient has a significantly high risk for development of gastric cancer. So we can evaluate gastric mucosal atrophy by white light endoscopy. And again, another important finding is intestinal metaplasia. So very traditional finding for intestinal metaplasia is ash color, so whitish nodular changes. But this finding has a very low sensitivity, specificity high, but a low sensitivity, because sometimes intestinal metaplasia often show they exist in a very flat mucosa as well, but very high specificity. And recent Japanese investigator found that intestinal metaplasia can be seen in a reddish depressed area as well. So especially in patients with H. pylori eradication therapy. So intestinal metaplasia can be not only whitish elevation, but also exists in a reddish depression as well. And the patient who has an extensive intestinal metaplasia in the corpus, After eradication, such area becomes reddish, depressed, such extensive areas there. So in such patient, gastric cancer risk is high. And this is, I explain about the white light endoscopy finding, and then I want to explain about the magnifying narrowband imaging for gastric atrophy or intestinal metaplasia. So before understanding of atrophy or intestinal metaplasia, we want to learn the anatomy of normal gastric mucosa. So usually corpus mucosa is like a cylindrical straight glands which has a round crypt opening like this. And usually such glands, straight glands is surrounded by capillary. So when we see from the top, from the surface, we can see round crypt orifice and then a vessel which surrounds these glands. So this is a typical finding of H. pylori naive normal corpus mucosa. And then how about antrum? Antrum, usually the glands has a little bit branched, and then the gland has a linear orifice like this. And this linear crypt opening divide the epithelium like a ridge or papillary shape like this. And then inside there is a capillary. So this is normal antrum. So this outside of this ridge, this is crypt orifice, and then epithelium, whitish epithelium, and then inside there is a capillary. This is normal antral mucosa. So this gastric four remain, and then homogeneous reddish color. So H. pylori naive normal corpus mucosa. And then this is autofluorescence. Switch to NBI and use magnification. We can see regularly arranged round crypt opening and then surrounding network capillary. And now you can see the regular arrangement of collecting venue. But this is a normal corpus mucosa. And then how about antral mucosa? So antral mucosa in white light image looks very similar to corpus mucosa, but when we switch to NBI and then use magnifying observation, the mucosal surface structure is completely different from corpus, which has a linear crypt orifice and then ridged surface epithelium and then inside coiled-like shape, because corpus mucosa and then antral mucosa has completely different histological structure. And when atrophy or intestinal metaplasia develop, as I mentioned, corpus mucosa has a round regular pits and network capillary, but this structure is changed to like a ridged shape epithelium, which is a little bit similar to antrum. So, and usually such mucosal change develop multifocal, and then according to the increase the area of atrophy, such multifocal change increase the area and then merged each other and then eventually completely replace the normal corpus mucosa to intestinal atrophic or metaplastic mucosa. So usually H. pylori associated gastritis develop multifocally and then progress to what's happened. Last one.
This one, sir.
I don't. What's this? Okay. Okay. And then next I explain about the intestinal metaplasia, appearance of intestinal metaplasia in NBI image. So as I explained before, usually whitish color of intestinal metaplasia is contrasted by NBI. And the reason why intestinal metaplasia looks whitish in magnifying NBI image is usually non-metaplastic mucosa, as I explained, rich shape epithelium, and then inside there is a capillary. But the area with intestinal metaplasia, usually this vessel is obscured by whitish substance. And also the area mucosa with intestinal metaplasia has a light reflection at the epithelial surface. And this finding is called light blue crest, and then this corresponds to histological brush border, because usually gastric mucosa only has a secret function of the mucin or acid, but the intestinal mucosa has an absorptive function. So it expresses brush border, microvilli on the surface, and then this reflects the NBI light very strong. And then absorptive mucosa absorb the lipid from the food or bile, and then such lipid droplets accumulated in an epithelium, and then obscure the subepithelial capillary. So these two findings make the color of intestinal metaplasia whitish compared to non-metaplastic mucosa. So, as I mentioned, usually intestinal metaplasia and then non-metaplastic mucosa, intestinal metaplasia develop multifocally. So it distribute multifocal area. So for example, so this area, all mucosa, even it is corpus, all mucosa looks rich shape with light reflection on the surface. But when we go to upper corpus, so this area has a round regular pits which indicate non-metaplastic mucosa, but some foci of intestinal metaplasia develop. So such area increase the proportion and then completely replace all the mucosa. So I think if we compare the finding between H. pylori gastritis and autoimmune gastritis, we can really understand the characteristic of H. pylori associated gastritis. So usually H. pylori associated gastritis, because intestinal metaplasia or atrophy develop multifocally, especially near the glandular border area, and then extend along the incisura. But usually, autoimmune gastritis, mucosal atrophy develop in a corpus mucosa diffusely, but the minimal change of intestinal metaplasia. This is described in a pathological article. So when we compare the autoimmune gastritis and H. pylori associated gastritis, usually atrophy develop more incisura predominant in H. pylori associated gastritis, while autoimmune gastritis atrophy is very extensive, all corpus. And intestinal metaplasia usually develop in a multifocal distribution, while autoimmune gastritis, such intestinal metaplasia is less than H. pylori associated gastritis. So this is autoimmune gastritis. So mucosa gastric folds are all lost, and then looks very atrophy, increased vessel visibility, but still somehow we can see regular arrangement of collecting venue, and mucosal structure, surface structure, or any bare magnifying image is quite similar to normal gastric corpus mucosa. So basically, as I mentioned, usually H. pylori colonize to the surface of epithelium and then alter, cause metaplastic, multifocal metaplasia in the gastric mucosa. So we can see such kind of multifocal changes. While autoimmune gastritis, usually autoimmune antibody destroy the glands, but not surface epithelium. So surface epithelium very well preserved, which remain similar to normal gastric mucosa. So such kind of histological difference, etiological difference can be expressed in endoscopic images like this. And then at last, I explained how to make diagnosis of high-risk gastric mucosa. And then among such high-risk mucosa, we have to detect early gastric cancer. So what is the characteristic finding of early gastric cancer? So basic principal characteristic of epithelial neoplasia is abnormal growth or uneven growth. Usually every organ is organized and the growth pattern is well organized to form very homogeneous structure. But neoplasia usually grow in part or sometimes not so much grow and then depress. And then like a horizontal shape is also uneven growth, represent uneven growth. And usually epithelial cells adhere each other. Usually epithelial growth is continuous. So it always creates the demarcation between surrounding mucosa and neoplastic mucosa. So characteristic finding is irregular color or irregular morphology. Irregular means uneven. So uneven color or uneven surface, and then continuous growth, which cause demarcation of the such kind of irregular color or irregular vessels. So this is Kenshi calls as a color surface classification. Irregularity of the color, irregularity surface, and well demarcation line. This is very characteristic or diagnostic criteria for suspicious neoplastic lesion in the stomach. And if you use indigo carmine or chromoendoscopy, we can appreciate more irregular color or irregular surface and demarcation. But basically, benign lesion is symmetric, homogeneous, but the cancer is uneven and asymmetric. And usually benign inflammation is, margin is very diffuse, so not so much well demarcated, but usually neoplasia has a demarcation. So we have to detect well demarcated reddish area or whitish area, or well demarcated elevation, or well demarcated depression. But sometimes the color or morphology is very similar to surrounding mucosa. So at that time, usually disappearance, same to squamous cell carcinoma, disappearance of surrounding vessel or spontaneous bleeding can be a clue to detect suspicious lesion. And then if you have NBI, especially with magnification, you can directly evaluate irregular vessel or irregular microsurface structure and demarcation line. Yes. Okay, then, so we practice. So 77 years old gentleman with history of endoscopic treatment for early gastric cancer. So please check the endoscopy finding. So, greater curvature side gastric fold are still remain. Maybe this is previous scar. And slightly reddish depression maybe represent these reddish depression represent intestinal metaplasia. And then lesser curvature side gastric folds are lost. And antral area somewhat whitish mucosa and then reddish mucosa exists mosaically. This is also a representative finding of H. pylori associated gastritis or intestinal metaplasia. And then retroflex and evaluate 4-quadrant direction. And then come back to downward view. Okay. So, okay. So we detected two neoplasia. One is here, and then another is this one. So little bit asymmetry, irregular shape, and then irregular shape, color, demarcated color, and then irregular shape, ulceration, demarcation line, irregular color or surface. And then this is one lesion. And then if we use magnifying BI, we can evaluate a demarcation line and irregular vessel inside. And this lesion we perform ESD, it invade slightly some mucosa. And then unfortunately it has a lymphatic invasion. And then this is another lesion, slightly. So the color difference is slightly enhanced by NBI. And then, and this is oral side, preparation of irregular vessels. This was confined to the mucosa. Maybe movie we can identify color change better. And the surrounding mucosa has a intestinal, even this is corpus mucosa. It has a very rich structure, and then light reflection at the surface, and then well demarcated. Area with irregular vessel. Okay, so in summary, how to detect superficial squamous cell carcinoma? Use NBI, or if you have iodine, and then try to identify high-risk gastric mucosal changes like atrophy or intestinal metaplasia in white light by Kimura Takemoto classification, or according to pale color, loss gastric folds, increase vessel visibility, and then use NBI to detect intestinal metaplasia, a patchy whitish area with rich pillar surface with light blue crest or white opaque substance. And then to detect early gastric cancer, use white light with good mucosal preparation and then systematic observation to identify irregular color or irregular surface with demarcation. And if you have NBI, you can apply that method to suspicious mucosa and then try to make diagnosis according to demarcation line and irregular microvessel and irregular microsurface structure. Thank you. This question.
Any questions, anything you want to clarify?
So you said
Because we had for the live demo.
if RFE is present, it means HP nahi,
Nahi.
H. pylori nahi.
Yes.
So that means if H. pylori is, if the patient is having H. pylori, RFE will be absent. How will you differentiate between H. pylori treated and H. pylori current infection on NBI?
H. pylori eradicated versus
Yes.
H. pylori.
Eradicated and currently infected.
So, so usually H. pylori eradicated patient characteristic findings endoscopic mucosal atrophy or reddish depressed. So after eradication, we cannot really see regular arrangement collecting venue, especially in a lower corpus. So if you can see this finding in a incisura or lower corpus, this is definitely H. pylori naive. And then eradicated patient, usually typical eradicated patient has at least mucosal atrophy or some signs of intestinal metaplasia. And we cannot really see regular arrangement. So this is very good specific finding for H. pylori naive non-infection patient.
So Dr. Veto, what he's asking is, I'll further simplify it. So a patient has got atrophic gastritis now. Is it still possible that he is harboring H. pylori at this point in time? With H. pylori, with atrophic gastritis, is it possible to still have active H. pylori infection?
So you mean after eradication?
No. So a patient has come to us.
Yes.
We are scoping for the first time.
Yes.
And we show atrophic gastritis.
Gastritis, yes.
So
the patient can be either active infection
Yes.
or past infection.
yes,
Yeah.
but we cannot differentiate whether the patient is having H. pylori
Active.
infection now or in the past.
So active infection, the characteristic finding is, how can I say? I think this is one of the useful findings. So if the patient is active infection, it is a bit subjective, but active patient with active infection, usually corpus mucosa, non-atrophic or non-metaplastic mucosa is better than the atrophic mucosa because this mucosa has active inflammation. But if such patient receive eradication therapy, usually redness becomes paler because reduction of active inflammation. But atrophic mucosa or mucosa with intestinal metaplasia remain reddish. So usually atrophic mucosa or mucosa with intestinal metaplasia looks redder than non-metaplastic or non-atrophic mucosa. So if we can see this geographic distribution of reddish depressed intestinal metaplasia or these intestinal metaplasia, reddish depressed intestinal metaplasia, it's more likely to be a past infection, eradicated patient.
Yes, yes. So in say atopic gastritis or metaplasia with current infection, the body is redder
Yeah,
than the antrum. So it is reversed. It is
active.
Yeah, it is more reddish in the antrum, and then it is whitish on the body. It's reversed.
Reversed.
Yes, reversed. Once eradicated. But the best way to see if there is any current infection is we used either RET or we used fecal spaghetti. So for us, since we have those easily available, I think.
What is the most common H. pylori test method in here?
We use
RUT. How about stool antigen?
No, we use that as well. In fact, I use both.
I see.
So once we are just systematically evaluating the whole gastric area, so the problem arises when the patient develops portal hypertensive gastropathy associated. So in that case, how does your technique change in terms of evaluating the whole stomach?
Basically, the observation method or strategy is the same, basically.
Same.
And then, as I mentioned, usually such gastropathy or inflammation is more diffuse, not so much well demarcated, and then very symmetric distribution. And then usually neoplasia is localized or asymmetric, only one side demarcated.
Right.
So such, even though on the background of gastropathy, the neoplasia looks, we can apply the same principle to detect neoplastic lesions.
Sir, on biopsy, the diagnosis of intestinal metaplasia has come. Now how, but no evidence of any malignancy. So how to proceed, how to follow up these patients, or what should be our management?
So I think I also involved in some guideline committee, but most of the international guidelines recently recommend every 3 years of surveillance for patients with intestinal metaplasia.
We should treat for H. pylori.
Yes, of course. If the patient is active infection eradicated, then
Biopsy find intestinal metaplasia,
yes.
but no H. pylori. Still we should treat?
Difficult. I think so. If the infection test is reliable, I think all positive patients we always eradicate. If infection test is negative, we don't eradicate. Endoscopy finding and then
Dr. Mirna?
infection test is
Mirna Gogoi,
independent.
we have some questions regarding chemotherapy.
Sir, how to do the chemotherapy classification?
So basically evaluate the extension of atrophic mucosa like pale color, loss gastrifold, increased vessel visibility, and usually it starts from lower part of corpus is a lesser curve, and then usually, as I mentioned, it develops like a multifocal patchy area, but we try to delineate extension of the lateral extension, lateral margin of this patchy atrophic area. And then if this atrophic border is still limited, less than a half of lesser curve, it is C1, and, no, C2, and then it extends more than half of the lesser curve, it is classified C3. And then if this glandular border reaches to cardia and then extend beyond the cardia, which we classify as open type. And then this lateral line extend nearly half the line of anterior or posterior O2. Other than less than that is O1, O2, and then more than this half of the line O3. So this is Kimura Takemoto classification. But the most significant change is open type atrophy. So still such atrophy mucosa confined to the lesser curvature side, risk is still moderate. But it really reaches to the, you can see the atrophic line border on the anterior wall or posterior wall. Such patient has a very high risk. So definitely require surveillance endoscopy.
So can it be possible that atrophy or metaplasia is limited to only a portion of greater nerve vessel, not involving the lesser nerve vessel? So only greater nerve vessel is involved, lesser nerve vessel is not involved.
H. pylori associated gastritis, usually lesser curvature dominant. Only greater curvature dominant, some autoimmune gastritis, sometimes such pattern can be seen. But H. pylori associated gastritis, almost all patients develop only lesser curvature side dominant atrophy. And then according to extent of such lesser curvature side atrophy, we can really assess the risk of gastric cancer.
So what are dyes used in endoscopy?
So for stomach, probably most common dye is indigo carmine.
So how to prepare the indigo carmine?
So 0.2% diluted with just tap water or saline.
So how much ml is required to how much amount of the volume?
Usually 20 to 40 milliliter is enough.
So Aru,
Sir.
for us we use the dye powder, okay? We use dye powder, it's very cheap. And you have to make in such a way that it looks sky blue, that's all. There's nothing like a fixed solution, okay? We'll teach you how to make the dye, we have it, very cheap, okay? And then chutkivar, just
Is that
pinch.
EST needle, no? That is
Yeah.
to spray.
Yeah.
What about the Congorate?
Congolese we don't use. We have iodine and this one, red blue, and we have indigo carmine. These three are more enough. Iodine? So just make it look like sky blue, that's all. I think we'll go to the endo suits and then I think we're ready with the cases.
So this is 0.2. This is 0.2 and then 0.05. So
we don't have like this in India. So we use the dye.
Dye,
dye powder
and then
mix it. We make it instantly on the spot.
Okay. But sometimes very thin light color can really appreciate the mucosal changes like these, subtle erosion, So localized lesion, I think light blue is better. But if you really want to evaluate the mucosal pattern or something, usually dark color is better. And then sometimes to widely spread, we use a spraying catheter. Like this.
But this works. You cut, no, and then spray.
But that flow is not like this. This category.
No, that's not. It should work. Just a.
Or we can just apply with a syringe.
But the water volume will be high, sir.
But after that, we really collapse the lumen to really spread the dye to all the That is one of the technical tips. So initially we apply for the unplum, and then the dyes come to corpus, and then collapse, and then all the mucosa should be immersed.
I think we'll have your questions and then we'll start.
Reverse staging.
去跟着家长。수고도 없고요. 참기로 없고요.
Like jacket. I will wear the cap. Are you transmitting this on YouTube?
홍기라. YouTube.
YouTube.
We are just sending some live from local what we call YouTube channel.
Okay.
And also this
From our on Facebook page.
เอาวิดีโอเดย์นั่นเองข้างข้างหลังคือหลังหน้าหนึ่งอะไรเรานั่งอะไรเราพี่กู
Yes.
So this is wet mangrove grass. This is fine. And water is now
Okay.
left side. So this is left side anterior wall side and then posterior wall side. So this is final wall. Wet mangrove grass.
Okay.
This is a mangrove grass is distinction between upper classification and middle classification. From here, middle classification. And this is hard, temperature, anterior wall side, very side, wall side. This is IPCL. Then network capital. And then this is branch investor. So network capital IPCL. This is normal anatomy. Vascular anatomy. Nearly. And so basically we screen the phenotypic field with NDI, and then if I find a brownish area, like a suspicious area, we switch to, we apply magnification. Pulsating vessel, longitudinal vessel. So end of this longitudinal vessel is each junction. So each junction, square colonel junction, and then diaphragmatic pinch, the same level. So it's normal each junction.
Symmetrical labor hari ya. Semo, solution to semo.
Regarding the body, the patient has usually both of it. Is there any possibility for that?
Sometimes gastritis also causes enlargement and the tortuous. Basically, widely practiced vasculopathy. That kind of diffuse change. And then, as I mentioned, usually H. pylori atrophy is lesser part of predominant, and then start from lower part of the corpus. So, without such kind of distribution, only by reflex vasculopathy does not treat the condition of the most important finding to evaluate the system is pylori associated with pulmonary dysfunction. This patient has a regular epileptic venue. This area no edge of your then it proceeds as well and then create a area forequadrant direction. Some Danish patches. Basically the structure is similar, like a regular round leaf and network capillary. I know. Just blood little black cell in the chest, but the structure is the same. It corresponds to such age. Maybe some inflammation in the chest.
So, by type, how do you describe like patches now? It cannot be due to H. pylori.
No, no.
Not due to H. pylori.
Not always. And then forequadrant direction comes and when we switch to MDI, no very patchy whitish mucosa. So I think this patient does not have a mucovalet or the untreated so very almost normal stomach. Yes, or reach of the surface. Flip opening is this white, so flip opening underneath.
Epithelial surface.
Yeah. The patient still beautiful, villi, duodenal villi well preserved. And then I heard that in Japan, celiac disease is very rare. But I heard that sometimes they have really patchy loss in villi. Yeah. But this patient, in white light, it looks atrophic. But when we see the switch, then we have problems. Different from corpus mucosa, each shape, under.
Dr. Vedo, on the retroplex view, can you please explain which one is anterior wall and posterior wall?
So basically, same to downward view, left side is anterior wall, right side posterior wall. So just reflex zero for anterior wall and posterior. I mean, left side anterior, posterior, just retroplex. So anterior, posterior.
So this is very important while doing stations. Yes. This is lesson. Yes.
Because just retroplex around the lesson around the lesson for the same country. And then this is the area where discovery not H-pari cell atrophy or elation develop initially this area. And then you see the SR curve. Sometimes we use retroplex on the clockwise conductor's rotation, and then use a small wheel so that we can really see the SR curvature side from the view, and then we can evaluate the extent of the to classify the C1, C2, C3.
How do we get this is C1, C2,
C1 is only confined to the arm, and then atrophic border comes to near the half of the, this is C2, and then it extends beyond the half line of the SR curve, it is T3, and then atrophic border go border come beyond this cardia,
If it reaches, it is O1 already. If it reaches the cardia.
small erosion.
So that case is coming up. So we'll discuss when we have the CS come up. So we have cases lined up for that.
For example, this focal small erosion, we can see basically no clear demarcation. The same mucosal pattern. No clear demarcation, so non-neoplastic. And then the structure is also still regular from the side.
First characterize the background.
Background, and then
Background is high res, then only we evaluate it.
We can apply to the, regardless of background mucosal funding, we can apply DS classification to localized region, local region.
Dr. Vedo, do we see RAC at the this one? But the loss of RAC pattern will start from the distal part.
So basically, RAC is a characteristic finding H5 naive, no atrophy, no metaplastic mucosa. So if that such findings remain in this part, where atrophic change initially started, it means very normal.
The loss of RSC is suggesting for base value report.
Yes. And then, but sometimes RAC can be seen in upper body as well. But usually this part does not really involve in either H5 infection. So this part is better not to evaluate to distinguish H5 naive or non-naive. It's better to evaluate this lower part. Near the institute. That is the area to evaluate.
So does this patient have H. pylori or not?
I don't think so. It's quite negative. And then some erosion, small erosion, but basically the structure, the mucosal structure.
There more pancreatitis other than some permanent gastritis.
I don't think she has gastritis.
Okay. So these erosions and edema, how do they explain or label them?
Maybe some drug or some acid or not related to H. infection.
Now they look like a depressed patient.
Power. Yeah.
Don't look like a depressed patient.
And
Just look like a depressed patient for me.
yeah. Maybe slightly depressed, but no demarcation.
So most of us will be writing a report as erosive gastritis in this patient. So that's what we want to change. Is not it? So what would be your impression on this, Dr. Vedo?
I think we can say it's gastric erosion,
Gastric erosions.
but maybe gastritis not so much. Like drug-induced gastropathy or
Gastropathy other than gastritis.
gastritis means inflammation in the gastric mucosa. Usually, infection or I heard
Biopsy for the problem.
a pathologist that usually
Biopsy process, please.
use gastropathy eroded, but biopsy does not contain much inflammation. Only bacterial damage.
So we can give broad should we take biopsy for pylori in this case or not?
If you really want to,
Yeah, we just take biopsy and we'll see.
Sometimes we should take an RUT or a
Yeah, RUT.
RUT.
Just RUT.
so should I take
Yes.
out from Antram and then
What's the keep, sir? How many biopsy? For the keep.
in Japan usually only one from Antram and one
Or are you two? The two key or one key two sample?
two specimens.
And when we take a biopsy, do we follow the CVD protocol or just we?
I try to follow CVD protocol, about 3 centimeter proximal to fiber. And then needle, of course.
So how many times you will observe for the patient in Japan? Observation. Not doing it. There's a high risk of false positivity
I think that usually extra commercial side protein is so if you want to detect H. pylori and beta commercial,
I have seen what before. Sige, same to the half of any logo.
no
Yes, yes.
localization, some erosion, small erosion.
Yes, yes.
maybe not related to H. pylori infection.
Next is what is it? We'll head to room number 1.
anh quên đi được gọi dịch nó có con phải được
because why you go for 100? I like it. 180, She is a case of liver cirrhosis, so we had some findings while doing endoscopy for demonstration of the previous findings. Like the Hari, don't put the black cap. Black cap happen. We demonstrate how to calibrate. Black cap. Black cap. We have to calibrate this. So we have to use. You have to calibrate. We have. I'll show you how to calibrate.
Usually should be 4.5. 4.5 boxes. So if it is larger, means it's too much protruded. And then if it's shorter, it means too short.
Yes. When you put on the maximum zoom, no, it's very clear. It is not clear, you have to adjust. So whether you have told us before, what is the significance of identifying progress from the cancer point of view?
So sometimes the lesion located in the anterior lobe side, it means it involves the trachea or airway, especially proximal to left main bronchus. Sometimes CT scan really identify the circumferential involvement. So we are really cancer center. So the lesion located in the anterior wall, especially proximal to left main bronchus, sometimes it involves the trachea, so it's difficult to perform surgical procedure. And then beyond left main bronchus, usually circumferential direction does not much.
It happens between the upper third, mid third, and lower third, the bronchus and the atria.
Yes. So we can little bit kind of landmark of longitudinal.
This is the atria.
Yes. Now, how is it?
So what are these nodules?
This is glycogenic aphantosis.
Glycogenic amida.
But basically structure. So this is IPCL and then network capillary and then beyond branching.
So the tendril-like things. The tendril-like
Anatomy. Regularly use Mexican.
We have prepared for quite some time, that's why. We use symmetrical and MSR system. Because we are learning, we have prepared a patient before.
Usually develop multifocal functioning very early changes of development. Maybe it can be biopsy style.
down in magnification. Yes. You can observe some more. Usually, short metaplasia in this vision.
The path is still shadowing there?
Yeah. So in the endoscopy report, papillary, this one, no? Image of papilla should be there to ensure it is complete.
Sometimes it's
Get the fish out.
Then sometimes the endoscopy before this is erosive gash. Yeah, that's erosive gastritis.
Yeah.
But this is
How do we describe it?
So, focal destabilization.
Nodular ventilation.
Not still much characteristic, but I change. Compared to the surrounding but demarcation line present, but regular surface structure, and then vessel is also. So basically, every vessel is confined to the area reach, and then if it is neoplasm or cancerous, sometimes it is irrelevant extend outside the epithelium.
Yes, like lupus. So we have actually taken biopsy and we have confirmed that it's we take biopsy for learning purpose.
How discriminatory multiple nodular lesions, nodular age.
So recently European drug journal developed to evaluate the extent of indecent data. It is more than 30% of 1 milligram. So I think this is less than 30% for focal indecent of the data. And more than 30% is maybe extensive indecent. But I think still just limited the answer. We just evaluate polyps.
30% is like the circumference or the longitudinal aperture?
Just area.
That is subjective.
So I don't have an X1 system and I have 190 system. And then also we can import it like this, right?
And then even 190, but still not necessarily but
Light blue press and all.
light blue test maybe, but we can evaluate such multifocal area based on 30% area.
Normally if you find indecent metaplasia in Japan, what do you do? How do you keep on going?
Japan, every year. But basically Japanese system, we have a population-based screening system. So regardless of indecent metaplasia, we
They will come for
every 2 years.
Every 2 years. Everybody.
Everybody. Everybody is older than 50 years old.
50 plus.
So it's only for the gastroscopy or colonoscopy also?
Gastroscopy.
So Vedo, here can you describe the tissue atrophy in a sense like loss of the gastric falls?
Only
On white light.
on white light, maybe this area gastric falls were lost, but no whitish color change, and then no increase in the vessel. So I think this patient has only spotty multimodal atrophy.
Can you focus on the atrophic
So
area?
while describing this, so can we assign any kind of tubular lacuna to get
I think it's C2 local.
C2?
So yeah, outline is less than about, yeah.
RAC pattern was lost already, no?
No. Structure does not alter much. Maybe mild atrophy, but intestinal metaplasia is not developing the cortex. Pale color, but the surface structure still declining area. But still bit elongated, that clitoral and then network. This clitoral is elongated, but still not different from antrum. Antrum, not like antrum. Still no intestine, just mild maxi no focal.
I have only taken biopsy. It is metaplasia. Yeah. I have to sit safety protocol as well as targeted biopsies from the image endoscopy unifying. I have taken biopsy from a spot. Sydney and targeted biopsy. Maybe 6, maybe 7. Because it's important for our pathologists also to learn. No, we have already said it. Yeah, this one Olympus. They will give you the scale, and it's how you can look. And unify. So you just be here.
Ayun, yung kaon.
White alarm.
え Anterior both sides are zero, so symmetric distribution. Limit is compared like the posterior area. Then spot control usually like a therapeutic is like a ESP or EMR. We usually control small with large wheel and small wheel also. Controlling the field with left finger is important. So for example, when we want to use the magnification to this conversion for using the thumb to use the up angulation. So in this situation we have to use the two levers for thumb. So if you use only thumb, we use for this situation, I usually use some finger. I don't think so much now. You can like this. I don't know actually. But we usually have a case upper. Then we find some special. We show everyone
Two more cases, then we break for lunch. No theory classes. Hands on. Yarba. Rocket todo Okay? We went ahead and then we did imaginal endoscopy again and then directed biopsy. The pathologist was not still convinced. Then we put up the patient for ICU. Okay, and then we got the result. Let's see.
Sometimes gastric cancer has multiple lesions in 10 or 15% of patients. So they have to observe whole area of the synchronously. Patient does not have much extensive intestinal metabolism. More capacity investigation. More atopic newborn. Slightly punchy, yeah, slightly punchy.
Actually, it was getting and I could see the days of the lesion.
Regarding the discretionality, how do we submit adequate insufficient?
Saturation, to observe beta curvature site lesion, I think it's better to saturate much to really expand.
How do we decide whether it's adequate, over-indicated or inadequate?
So, beta curvature site lesion, separation of the hole is adequate insufficient. And then, maybe extra curvature site, it will too much extension.
And regarding the conventional teaching, distinction between benign versus malignant ulcer on that side.
So I explained. Basically, this is something if I left side anterior, right side posterior. Left side anterior, right side posterior. Just modular change. Even modular change. Not a little bit elongated, but not like still elongated, but not like linear. Not that left side anterior, right side posterior. before the phase of life. Sometimes we refer the patient to adenocarcinoma in one by this patient, but the whole remain we don't know where what is the we take biopsy for the biopsy and it correlate diagnostic finding biopsy. Usually,
Yes.
100% job placement course tamba hek loibaga
you are wasting 95%
you.